so high I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. We're running a little late than I wanted to. I was really hoping about 10 minutes ago, maybe a little earlier than that, get going. But, you know, hey, we're going to take it. We had a couple things come up real quick. We had to correct and get set up. All right, so we are, as the billboard said it, we are sitting at JFK International Airport, New York City, getting prepared for about a 1,400 mile run, about 4 hours, I'm guessing it's streaming today, from JFK down to Sint Maarten. A lot of y'all love this airport. I love this airport. It's a fun approach, always is. There is no fancy-dancy ILS approach. Pretty much VOR or RNAV, which ends up being VOR. So really a fun day today, and we're in the classic 747-200. Gem of the Ocean, we're gonna fly down there. Clipper, Gem of the Ocean. I gotta always remember, keep that word Clipper in front of it. So I hope y'all enjoy. Yes, it's raining, as always, when my sim fires up. Today, at least, there are some hints of drizzle in the New York City area. So, hopefully, it truly is raining there, or has within the last couple of hours. We ran into that quite a bit yesterday, and it is getting to be kind of frustrating. So hopefully X-Plane will begin to address this weather engine a little better. All right, we are in stand C61 for X-Plane 12. This is an update that occurred yesterday, I believe, because as soon as I fired yesterday up, we updated to release candidate number 2. So, second day with it. Let's see what kind of fun we find, and hope you all enjoy the ride. So let's hop up in the office and get to work. All right, I would be remiss in not pointing out this is, like I said, a classic. So came out in the late 60s. Airlines gobbled them up, the Dash 100 version. Pan Am being one of the leaders in it. And boy, what a legacy the 747 left behind. But anyway, in its original form, it took 3 up here in the cockpit to get the work done. The 2 pretty boys up front who took all the credit, And the guy behind the curtain doing all the work, the flight engineer. He's the one that made your flight very comfortable, monitored engines, pressures, hydraulics, the air system, everything, folks. He had his hands on. All the pretty boys had to do was, in essence, fly the airplane that he set up for them. All right, so like I said, it was a team effort back then. However, the pretty boys always took the credit. I don't think anyone said, "Hey, thank you, flight engineer, for keeping us, comfortable in the back." So, and sometimes that flight engineer had more time in the plane than the two up front combined. So, but anyway, we won't get into that. Surprise. All right. So I just want to set one thing up here, folks. Sorry, I forgot to. There we go. All right. Close that out. All righty. So let's get after it, shall we? With a quick pre-brief here, because I'm not really sure if we're going to see ads in 10 seconds, like my screen says. Okay, I'm not getting the message that they started, so we're, oh, there it is. So give it about a minute, folks. We'll be right back. And to our subscribers, thank you so much. Thank you for coming alongside, helping us out. We are in the process of now trying to determine what to get for the new year to bring on board to help improve streams. Mainly still flight related. But if you all have an idea of something I could use to help audio, video, whatever, hey, join our Discord, and we'd love to talk it over, see what you're talking about, try to understand it in my feeble little pea brain, that loose nut behind the wheel. But again, thanks for coming on board, coming alongside, and helping us out. We sure appreciate you, and I'm hoping you're enjoying the ad-free viewing. As our viewers and followers return, all I was just doing was thanking our subscribers. They enjoy ad-free viewing as well as help us out with upcoming purchases coming. And if you want to chime in on what would help the stream, by all means, you see a link in the Discord. Or, let me try that again. A link in the chat room to our Discord community to help us, decipher what you think we need, and for this guy, the loose nut behind the wheel, to understand it all. All right, so I am bringing Sim Toolkit up here, our one-stop shop for flight planning. We've already flight planned. But anyway, we can pre-brief real easy off this. All right. First off, the loadout today. 297 brave people are about to board the plane. 60,000 pounds of cargo below us, bringing our payload to 125,740 pounds, plus the fuel, which is, stand by, folks. All right, folks, sorry about that. Had a phone call from the doc. Sad, our doctor is retiring. I don't know why he thinks he should be allowed to retire before me, but oh well. He works a heck of a lot harder than I do, so great life to him. Hope he enjoys retirement. All right, so we were talking about how much fuel we were putting in. 127,000, just under 500 pounds of fuel. All right, the route you've seen, but again, you can see it here. It's SHIPP Y92 or 492 to Squad Direct DARUX L459 to ODUCA to SLUGO and right in on the arrival. SLUGO will probably be where we enter the arc. You're all familiar with Sint Maarten. You know there's an arc that leads into our VOR approach. Mach 8.5 at 35,000, and in this we should be hopping up, I think it's Squad to 37,000, and oh gosh, was it a Dugo? I can't remember. Anyway, we'll drop back down to 35. All right, well, we'll see. Anyway, that is our loadout for today. Quick look at our METARs. JFK 340 at 12, which does lend to the runway 4 departure. Although we'll double check and I'll show you how you can do this. 10 miles of The vampires are coming to me. They're taking my voice. 10 miles visibility, scattered clouds at 3,400 feet, ceiling set by the broken layer here at 8,500 feet, secondary broken layer at 12,000, 25,000.
You love me! You really love me!
Thank you so much for the subscription.
Inasuk68 just subscribed for 5 months.
Appreciate you
Hello
coming
there,
in.
Mike.
Thank you,
5
sir.
months in good
5
company.
months in a row. Love it there, sir. Thank you so much. A brisk 5 degrees here in the Big Apple, and the barometer at 30.00. Again, thanks, Insuik, for the subscription. Down in the Caribbean. Oh, yes, we're going to love warming our tail feathers to this one. Winds are always out of the east. I don't think I've ever come into Sint Maarten with them out of the west. I don't even know how you shoot that approach, unless you just do a tailwind approach. And it's 86 degrees down there, folks, so really beautiful weather. I'm just going off the translation here, but if you wanted to see it, we do have some scattered thunderstorms, thunder showers. Got a pesky layer at 1,600 feet to deal with. No significance other than the scattered thunder showers. Take it. And then we can warm our tail feathers up there. All right, so there you have it, folks. And for the departure, now I talked about this. Another way to find out what's going on in JFK, there's 2 distinct ways. One, you can visit, hang on a second, get my fingers typing correctly. You can visit this site, since we are in the United States, datus.cloud.io. It'll give you what the current ATIS is saying right now at JFK. Now, if you're a charts subscriber with Navgraph, and I do recommend this utility very heavily, folks, it gives you the charts worldwide. You don't ever have to hunt for them again. Poof, they're right there, and they're JEP quality. They're Jepson charts. So, I mean, it is just the best charts out there. So, but what you can do now is this tells you the current METAR, how old it is, 1 hour and 3 minutes. And by clicking DEP, and if it was down here, ARR, you get the latest departure ATIS. Some airports actually have an ATIS for arrival, one for departure. Okay, so in this case, this for both ways. Approaches are using the ILS for right and for left. Departing for left. See right there, boom. You got everything you need to know. Plus the weather, and if there was any rain or anything and their ops people had issued the NOTAM telling you of the contaminants on the runway. Welcome in, Hawker. Glad you're here. Hope you are having a great day. So you get a lot of information right there. Now, this right here, VATSIM. Let's see what the VATSIM guys are telling us. Sometimes they go against the grain. I will not depart on VATSIM out of here, not because of any ill will to New York Approach Center or any of those. It's because with this aircraft, and actually a couple of others, I actually get very low frame rates, and it's not even enough to allow for us to come on with VATSIM. But anyway, they're running with departing for left. Of course, you gotta have modes. If you don't do this, folks, they are a cranky bunch of people. Oh my goodness. And that is operate transponders in mode C on all taxiways and run. Believe me, you don't, they get cranky. So, but that again is not where my problem lies. I will show you here in a second. All right, so we now know, and that's an hour and 5 minutes old. Real one is an hour and 6 minutes old. So I don't even know if we have ATC up. Let's find out. Oh, yeah, we do. Oh, I knew it wouldn't go long. Never does. Not in JFK. All right, but we may be able to come up online so long as traffic doesn't get too heavy down in the islands. Good thing is the scenery. It's, I think, a combination of the scenery, the crappy weather here, and then with VATSIM ginning up usually a ton of traffic in New York City, frame rates just tank here. So that's why a lot of times I stay offline. So anyway, here is the culprit. Actually, well, we're running in and out of, got to be above 20, folks. And it's struggles. So, and because of those struggles, mainly the weather, that's why we remain off VATSIM. Hopefully, hopefully it's not a issue with the Felis product, because these are some of the lowest frame rates I do get. All right, so let's go here. How do we load this plane? All right, very simple. I've already done the hard work to get it loaded here. We went and set 297 people. We clicked one of the presets and got it to 297. Clicked the cargo preset for 50% and we got this result. And then we filled in. We got about a 1,500. Is it 1,500? I thought it was 14. Uh-oh. Oh, it's 1,530 miles. Okay, so yeah, so we're good here. 35,000. 250 miles over to San Juan. Put a 10% contingency in and 20 minutes of fuel, yielding us out of here 131,576 for fuel. Okay, now I'm going to tell you all one of the biggest things about this plane. You are not loaded the plane right here. All you've done is calculated your passengers and your fuel. That's all you've done. Physically have to go to refuel, click use load data sheet. It'll bring up your numbers, instant refuel, or call the tanker to reach, or choose your option. I always go with instant. Now, come back to the main one. To load the passengers and cargo, go to payload. Again, click your use load sheet data. It'll populate down here as well. It'll tell you how many are on, how many people have loaded, how many pieces or pounds of cargo. Um, when they reach the desired numbers, guess what? You're done. I already did that. But again, you have the option of boarding real time, and yes, the stragglers do upset you. Those that think, well, I will just show up whenever I plan, because the plane will wait on me. No, it won't. I guarantee you, they'll slam the door in your face, and you'll sit there going, but, and you should have been there 2 hours early. Just warning y'all. Cargo, click load, it loads. I mean, lickety split. It still takes time, but the neat thing is it'll actually, and I wonder if it did, it'll close your doors up when you're done loading. The only one left open is the main door. So, as you can tell, we're loaded. So we've got our fuel, we've got our passengers. Guess what that means? Let's do a quick calculation for takeoff. Here's the one that says wet. You know it's wet. Yeah, I see it on the windshield. All right. Runway fall left is 12,000 feet long. Airport elevation, I want to say it's like, 13 feet. So we'll take it right down to 0. Yeah, unfortunately, runway heading. Yeah, unfortunately, it does not give you the ability to set round up, round down. We know 5 degrees. And we also know the winds were 360 at 11. A little bit of a crosswind takeoff. 3000 was when I first planned. And now 299. Okay, cool. All right, so there's our conditions. Load from the data sheet. That gets us our takeoff weight CG. We will do flaps 10. Hey, we're getting a little runway out of it. It's going to burn up about 5,000 feet of runway. Don't see that very often, folks. All right, and V1 will be 129. We're rotating out of here at 147. And we can clear a 50-foot obstacle at 159 climbing. 5,000 feet. If there's a 50-foot obstacle on the runway, we'll clear it. Okay, I take that back. There could be. We were in Charleston. There's a high-tension power line. A little higher than 50 feet. But anyway, we'll clear it. That was hilarious. If you haven't seen that, folks, look for the Breeze flight that I did a couple days ago into Charleston, West Virginia. Oh my goodness. The things we find in X-Plane 12. So, but anyway, set your speed bug. So all of them now align up to these V1, V rotate, F10, F5, F1, F up, 232. Be careful with that one. And our trim will be 3.5. 312 once we're above 10,000. All right, so there you have it, folks. Pre-brief complete. Let's get this firecracker rolling, shall we? A poo on. Do our checks. A poo door has to be out, meaning open. Crank it up. Okay. Just waiting for it to get to 100%. By the way, we'll be running the checklists here in a moment. All right, everything looks good. Let's go ahead, bring the generators online. Do a quick test of them, shall we? I always like to close, if it will let me. I'm going to have to that. The top half. And then we just look for the APUs. They're right here. So we can test the voltage. Good voltage, good frequency. Oop, go back to the, and same thing on the second one. All right, now we can close the bottom half. All right, so we're on electrically now with the APU and pneumatically. Okay, here comes our bleed air up. Okay, let's get number 2 checked. Okay, number 2 is coming online just nicely. Let's go to number 3. All right, we are good to go. Set our altimeter here real quick. All right, we are ready to go, folks. APU is on.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
All right.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power. Ground power disconnected.
All right, folks. We're back from the break. So let's get this thing going with some checklists.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Check. Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1, 0, 1, 6. Set and cross-check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, folks, we are ready to go. Next one will be the flight engineer. We're going to first close the door to the aircraft and get this thing going. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Let me get better pushback moving here.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
I don't think you really want to know that there, Mr. Pushback.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
All right. So we got that set up. Let's go through it.
Battery. On. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 13145 pounds. Fuel panel. Let's see. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. This. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity.
All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed
Check.
and we're ready to connect.
EPR computer. This.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and check.
Circuit breakers. Check.
Explain in a
Indicator
second.
lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Wait. Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks. Air conditioning controls. Let's see. Check and set. Chocks removed. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Passenger
Tow's
oxygen.
connected. Bypass pins inserted. Don't
Check.
kill the parking brake when you're ready to
Control
go.
panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
All right, we are ready to go. The next checklist, by the way, after start. Go ahead. Oh. Back the truck up. There we go. Got our performance, set the bugs, we're ready to go. Ready for pushback. Got the ACAR system up and running. And before we get going, folks, you know, I'd like y'all to check out who we're flying for today. And I just noticed I forgot to put their little logo up there. There we go. These folks over at Pan Am Virtual, give them a look. And then you decide, of course. Great bunch of people, great software, great stuff coming. It's a new and up-and-coming VA. And been a part of it for about 2 years or so. And they're just a great bunch of people. So check them out. .crew.pavirtual.com. It's one of the few out there for Pan Am specific. Now, granted, they do have a division of all things TWA, the one airline that was their nemesis throughout history, as well as Atlas. And then they also, on the side, do some DCS, digital combat simulations, with a squadron for that simulation. So, but again, check them out there at Pan Am Virtual. Great bunch. They always are looking for new pilots. And you can either, like I said, be Pan Am or TWA, or even Atlas if that's your fancy. All right. With that, I would have been remiss if I didn't tell you about them. So, let's get this thing going here, shall we, folks?
Parking brake released.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
Go. All right, to start this bird, first thing you gotta do is
Ready to
starter
start
valve.
the engines. Ready for engine start.
Okay, once you get ready for engine start, my way of starting them is 3, then 4, then 1 and 2 together. And you're going, what? Yeah, that APU is pretty strong back there. It can start 2 engines. I could actually do 3 and 4.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed.
Okay, so we're going to do System 2 today. I just kind of rotate on the flights.
Starting engine 3. Starter valve open.
Okay, once you see valve open, you can let up on the switch. And then what I'll do, drop down here. And now you're seeing why we're not on VATSIM, particularly for this flight. The frame rates are just junk right now, folks, so it would not be beneficial. Post officer setting that. When it gets to 20, he'll tell you, and then you can start your engine by pulling the fuel lever from cutoff to idle.
%, and 2. Fuel on. Light up.
And then you can watch him go. He'll tell you when it's stable. You're gonna want
Starter off.
starter off and then engine stabilized. If you don't get that, folks, you started it up accidentally in X-Plane 11 while in 12. Very simple way around that. I'll show you here once it's fired up. That way you don't accidentally click on the wrong icon. Even though now they've got it even to let you know you've clicked on X-Plane 12.
Engine stabilized.
That's the word you're looking for. If you go up here, first off, you'll see that's the one you want to be. But if you're seeing X-Plane 11, uncheck the box here. See how they show up more? Now you're only going to get X-Plane 12. Alright, now let's get back to starting this one.
Starting engine 4. Start valve open.
To 20.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Okay.
Parking brake set.
And we're disconnecting tow. Give me just a moment.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, there we see the engine lighting up there, as well as on the end.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
I know it said stabilized, but I just want to make sure. Okay, now we're going to start 2. Alright, so here we go. Number 1.
Starting engine 1. Starter valve open.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the right. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Starting engine 2. Starter valve open.
Alright, and better pushback. Thanks for flying with. Okay, I'm going to have to check something.
20% and 2.
Okay, let's get number 1.
Fuel on. Light up. %, and 2. Starter off. Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, and there he is over there. Driving away.
Starter off.
Does not appear frequency. There it is. Trying to figure out why they were so dark.
Engine stabilized. Engine stabilized.
Alright, all 4 engines are up and running now, folks. Before we hand it back to the checklists here, let's look at it. We need to make sure the start switches are off, beacon lights are on, brake pressure, start levers, anti-ice, electrical panel, pack valves, door lights, and hydraulic panel set. Okay, let's work our way down here. We're gonna go ahead. Okay, let's go over to the electrical panel. Let's get the engines running the electrical bus. Get the packs back on. Alright, what else did we need to make sure? Beacon lights, pressures, start levers at idle detent, which is where they're at right now. You have rich and idle detent. I've actually never in all the years flying this plane used idle from Rich. And I know there's reasons for it, I just couldn't tell you. And then we got the electrical panel, door warning lights. Okay, those are right here, they're all out. Okay, and I think we're ready to give it a run.
After start checklist. Flight recorder. On. Start switches. Off. Beacon lights. On. Brake pressure. Check. Start levers. Idle detents. Engine and the ice. On. Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Door warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
First I meant to click that. Alright,
Flaps 5. Flaps 10.
okay. Repeat flight controls. Alright. Right now I have the yoke hidden, just makes it easier to see. See, you can't even see your HSI. So, but I'll bring it back for this. And we'll use this gauge right here. Ailerons, elevator, rudder. Alright, I would say that's a good flight control check. And yaw dampers, seat belts, fuel heats off. Totalizer, engineer, aft cargo heat. Alright, aft cargo.
Taxi checklist, please. Flaps. Flaps 10. Flaps 10. Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs. Set and cross-check. Stabilizer trim. Set in green band. Probe heat. On. Parking brake released. Flight controls. Check. Yaw dampers. Check. Seat belts and shoulder harness. Check. APU. This.
Cabin ready.
You can see how the frame rates just attack this plane sometimes. Again, not sure if it's Felis or
Off.
X.
Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Stabilized. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seat belts and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Okay. Lost my train of thought. Alright, well, we're gonna take it nice and slow, it looks like. Don't even know what the fragments are looking like now. Pretty much in the tank. Well, once we get out and above this, hopefully things will. Why this frame rate issue is a big problem. Yeah. I got a feeling it's a lot to do with Felis. Alright, so we are at the end of the runway. Gotta get close to the line. Alright. Watch the frame rates as we run the next one. They're right there in front of you. Okay, icing conditions, cabins alerted. Let's go ahead and get them in their seats.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Okay, degrees, we'll go ahead and turn on the wings. Transponder. DARA, we're on. Let's go up 2 notches. Alright. And flight start.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Damn.
Alright, let's see here.
Disarm.
Back valves. Ah, this. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
All right, we're clear for takeoff, folks. Here we go. We may not get stabilized because it already did it once. Engines are stable. Let's go for takeoff.
Thrust set.
Eighty knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Flaps 5. Flaps 1. Flaps up. Thousand level off.
All right, folks, we're just kind of working our way around the circuit here. Totally honest, I doubt that's the Kennedy 5. I think I turned way late, but where are we? Okay, we are now direct ship.
10,000.
There we go. Now, okay, we're above 10,000. All right. Pull this up. After takeoff.
After takeoff checklist. Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights. Off. Ignition. Check. Seatbelts and no smoking sign. Check. Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Wait. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
All right, and we're on our way. And you can see why you can wait on it, folks. Some of that you have to wait till 10,000 feet. All right, and here, on our way, folks. Just about 312. Would have only hurt us if we were in a position where we had 10 minutes expect flight level. But folks, we're on our way. Why it does that. All right, well, we are on our way. We're on the FMC, and folks, just so you can get a little bit of what we did. Okay, we went direct ship. Now we're direct Spidey. I switched us from heading on our, how is it going to tell what to track, to INS. Well, in this case, INS is the FMCs. Okay. So it's tracking on those. So which one of these it's going to head to? Not sure. Still fine. It's because it was registering. I don't know. But anyway, so we are in our climb, getting above the clouds. checked if they were up. They, so, but anyway, we're on our way. So enjoy the ride, and look forward to seeing you in about 1,400 miles down in Sint Maarten. Y'all enjoy the ride. We'll kick some music off here. Sound like the interior volume is a little loud. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's see. I think we have a good balance here. All right, we'll just kind of roll with it. Folks, we'll be back with you here in a few minutes. A couple things I need to take care of here around the house, but we'll be right back. Enjoy the climb out here, folks. Let me see where we're at before I get going too far. Well, we better finish off the climb. Hang on. We'll get to those chores in a second. As we're through 28,000 already. Okay, folks. So far, so good is correct. It sure does sometimes take its time to get up there, but we're trying to get now to 0.85 and we'll switch into Mach. Just about there. All right, folks, we are 1 hour into this, about an hour and 20, I should say, into this, and just about to the level off point. Well, actually, not level off. We still got about 3,000 to go there. Okay, just kind of watching. I noticed we were low on our thrust setting there to climb. All right, we'll just keep it going here. I am going to bring us up to all right, 200. Come on, girl, get on up there. $1,500 feet to go, folks.
To level off.
All right, we're almost. Got about 600 feet to go, folks. Let's see, since we started taxiing, been about 30 minutes, 20 minutes since we caught ourselves in flight. Got a timer running from takeoff. Okay, altitude select, good. And then we'll and just to let you know, folks, we are now about 180 miles from JFK. That is what this is tuned to. Once we get out here, there's really nothing to tune to. It's where your INS and FMS work. Okay, level. Altitude hold on. Cruise. Red Mach. And folks, that is cruise flight. Let's do a couple more things real quick. Go up top here. Go ahead and turn the wing ice off.
Be passing around the cabin to offer you hot or cold drinks, as well as a red meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Thanks.
All right. I think we shall. All right, folks, I hope you're enjoying it so far. We are now in cruise flight. Let's just make sure. Okay, so 23. Okay, everything's good there. Packs are on. Temperatures look good back there. All right. And we'll just keep them all on. There we go, folks. We're in cruise. All right, folks, we got 2.5 hours till we're down to St. Maarten. And hope you all enjoy the ride. We're going to take that little break we told you all about. I've got a couple of errands to do around the house here, but we'll be back here shortly. Enjoy the music, enjoy the ride. Shouldn't take too long, folks. So we'll see you in just a few. back with you. See how this. Sounded a little better when I went to break than it did when I came back. So, but anyway, folks, as you can see, Clipper, Gem of the Ocean in the air. Tail number November 730 Papa Alpha. I hope y'all are enjoying the ride. We are. Let's go that way with it. And headed to Sint Maarten. Fun approach, about an 8 to 9,000 foot runway staring us down. I'll get the particulars here in a moment. We are looking at, so, okay, I was way off, folks, 7,500 feet. And yes, these aircraft did land and depart out of here. Usually to a hard, not a hard, but to a left, I'm sorry, right climbing turn around the south side of the island and heading back to Europe. But we are coming in from the States. So the good thing is we're lighter on fuel. But they, if we were to take this, say, to Amsterdam, or say Paris, I think was another one, Orly, one of the two, he would be a lot heavier. But there's been some changes and all there, but still the overall 7,500 foot runway, that has always been there and shall probably always be there. So, always a fun approach over the beach. Those of you who like flying Skatos to the Caribbean, this is where everyone talks about it. So, that's where we're headed. Now, looking over my flight plan, I was actually remiss. I thought we were step climbing to 37. Well, we're at our max, 35,000. So, it's just at different points in there, I guess dispatch has to put in 35,000 either per NOTAM by New York approach or New York Center, Oceanic, or by Caribbean stuff. So, but anyway, so we're at it, 35,000 feet and headed south. Actually, south. We are on a heading of 180. Now, the neat thing about being an INS in this plane, folks, here's your, let's just call it, for those of you in the world of general aviation, like we flew yesterday, GPS, nav switches, call that this, nav, GPS. Now, you don't have to fly with it in in the INS position. I'm going to dial our speed down. There we go. Oh, we just set it at a nice 290, a little low. I was hoping to get away with it. Actually, we might. Let's set it right there. All right. So you can see I can now set it. And here's the funny thing I've been noticing. The heading. Okay, we've got her set. Go ahead and set the needle, even though we're not tracking anything with any value. I'm not really sure what we're tracking here. But anyway, let's throw it to INS, or think of it, GPS. The heading went north. That makes no sense to me why it did that. Why? I mean, I get it that I may not be able to move it. That's fine. Why does it go due north? Unless that's just how it is. Just kind of interesting. All right, so pretty simple plane though to fly. I mean, it really is. I mean, granted, there's a lot pre-flight to it, but overall, it's just like flying any other plane. Other than you gotta always remember, you are, when you're sitting on the ground, folks, 3 stories up in the air. So from the ground to your little perch in the cockpit is almost 30 feet. So you got to take that into effect, obviously, on landing. You're going to even be more flared. So, you know, that's what can make this plane a unique one to fly. Taxiing somewhat, but landing especially. I mean, you do it visually, but you're still going to be watching your flight director for your nose, because once you get to a certain point, you're not going to see the runway, folks. So how you have it set is how she's going to touch. Concorde's even worse. So I've been told most Concorde landings, even though you're visual, are actually on your instruments. So, but anyway, you could be, if you were in range of a lot of VORs, using your gauge over here, setting up track points and all of that, you know, to find out where you are along your course, running them off other VORs. Well, when you get out here in the middle of nowhere called the Atlantic Ocean, guess what? You don't have those. So you have to rely on the best that you can. And boy, our speed is really all over the place. You know, this plane used to lock in and never budge. Now it is like all over the place. Kind of miss those days when it would just lock at 8.5 and just stay there. Half tempted to throw it in IAS just to get it to do that. I think I am, just because I'm kind of tired of watching it. Okay, so now we're in speed, which means whatever we're set here is what it's going to fly. Should hold it. Just ridiculous. Watching that speed go all the way up to 8.7, all the way down to 8.2. Nice way to burn your tanks out. Speaking of which, okay, we still got over 100,000 pounds, or 100,000, yeah, 100,000 pounds. So we're good for the flight. It's even doing it here. Where's that? I really just don't get this plane anymore. This aircraft actually has an auto throttle. Sure as heck isn't being very set for it. F doesn't even want to hold the speed. That's what's incredible. I don't know if that's an X-plane weather issue or if that's Felis aircraft, because now can't really tell where the issue is lying. My goodness, this is not, I mean, I'm controlling it, folks, not the aircraft. Feel like I'm in the 727. That doesn't have auto throttle. Well, we'll just kind of keep on going here, watching everything. Yeah, I just don't get it. Alright, we're going to have to do a deep dive over at the Felis site here soon and figure out what's up with this auto throttle. Pretty much useless to me. Like flying a 727, and it flies better than this Hawk. Alright, well, we'll just keep cruising along. So, is there anything out there y'all have questions on the plane? Anything? You're seeing some of the problems. We do have the new release candidate, so that could be part of the issue. I forgot to turn off. Of course, anytime you have a new release client out there, like we do now, you never know what you're going to run into. But overall, she does a good job. This, I don't know what's causing the issue. And we could always do this. Let them see what it's doing. Actually, all right, I am going to be off for just a moment here, putting in some words to Felis to see if what I'm seeing is something known. Okay, it looks like, well, before, well, no, there it goes. Alright folks, I got my questions off to simmered down a little bit here, but I'll be right back. I'm going to set some shades up. Sun is just beating in on me. Hang on a second. Oh, much better, folks. Much better. Whew, that was bright for a while there. Alright, well, I didn't know anywhere else to put this. Okay, sorry for that, folks. Like I said, I was off posting over at Felis's Discord site. Troubles that I'm having. There's an individual over there, Joss D777. He's a follower here and many times in here, and yeah. We're definitely running into some fun here. And, well, I mean, it's not fun. I mean, we're still moving along, but would really like it if you know, set your mock, it stays, and it just doesn't want to. So I just don't understand. Again, you know, a little bit more complicated than flying a Cessna 172 or a Warrior Archer Arrow. Oh, so, I mean, a little bit more complex. The fact that it has 4 engines does kind of show that off. But anyway, it's just weird that it can't hold. I mean, back on X-Plane 11 when I flew this, I don't know which version. The auto throttle just got kind of really loose, and I don't know if it's a setting I need to do in X-Plane 12, a setting in Felis, because I mean there are some that could aim us in the right directions. Not on this page, but on the next one, this one right here, 18 blocks user throttle, that one possibly, but I don't think it's that. This one too doesn't seem to do anything other than turn the lights. Doesn't even do anything in auto. We need to do a good night flight again with it. So it just, I don't know, just some things about it that are worrisome. And the frame rate issue though in New York City and other big cities with any kind of cloudiness, that's rough, and I don't know if that falls towards X-Plane 12 or Felis, both, who knows. Not a developer, folks, just a user that's got a lot of flight time with the heavy aircraft. So, and I'm even getting to the point, not because of these issues, of maybe getting back into the 400 as well. So, been a while since I've flown it from the Sparks 43, I think it was. That was a good airplane. I haven't flown it. Good Lord, I have definitely not flown it in X-Plane 12, so may have to bring that one back just to get a little more current in the schemes. But for Pan Am, they weren't around, so the 400 jet, so. Neither for well, they were around for TWA, but they never opted. Matter of fact, they were, I think, in the process of getting rid of them before American bought them out of bankruptcy the third or fourth time they went in. So yeah, 400 was never coming, but the 767s were really coming along and taking over a lot of those routes. So, all right, so enough of that. Let's get back into the flying here, folks. I hope you're enjoying. It's always fun to take to the skies with the Queen, the classic Queen on top. And I know I haven't said this enough. There is a reason, folks, I don't fly with the INS. It has nothing to do with Felis. But a long time ago, we're talking a century of flight days. Those of you in flight simming to remember that, 2004. I'm going to tell you right now, still think, and I'm listening to everybody in the new flight sim, that was Microsoft's best achievement. All they had to do was get that scenery up to a better par. That, folks, was fantastic. Fantastic product. It's just a shame. Microsoft's way of having to change everything every 2 years. And that was a very good product of theirs. I've even thought about, folks, reloading it on my computer and flying it. Problem is, you can't update the simulator like you can today. So the nav data of 2002-3 time frame, what you get. Not what we have today. So flying a flight plan today, tough. Now, the FMCs would update, yes, but the overall nav database in the system would not. But anyway, I digress. Back in that day, there was a product out there called, I believe, change my memory's wrong, tell me, ready for pushback. It was a 747-200. Now, the exterior, I wasn't all that happy with. Kind of had a lot of toyish look to it. Boy, in under the hood, folks, my gosh, did they go all out. You basically have what you have in Felis right here. Every bell and whistle working in it, and an exterior that is right up there with what it should have been. What a plane that was. Well, I got the SIVA INS system, and I enjoyed it. It was fun. Yes, cumbersome. Yes, long to get set up for flight, on top of getting the plane set up on flight. We're talking close to an hour on the ground getting the thing ready to fly. Couldn't go any faster, folks. But several months into flying it with this SIVA, an error occurred with SIVA. I don't know what it was anymore. I could not get rid of it. I could not. Remove the program, uninstall it, uninstall the folders, everything, reinstall it, it still had that error. I don't know to this day what caused, and it just basically made it to where I just didn't want to fly it anymore. So PMDG then came on the line with the 747-400 for a century of flight and kind of migrated over to it. An FMC program came out that I really liked for the other aircraft that weren't FMC. Did a great job. And I just told, and I flew it time every so often for Globe Cargo. I just dwindled away. I didn't want to fly because that INS was just such a headache because of that error. And from then on, I just steer away. If that's the only navigation source it has, I won't be flying it. I know that means to some of you, you're not going to see the one plane you love to see. That's why I don't fly with seals. Felis may have just a rock solid rock star in that Cena. No offense to you, I just don't want to go through that again. Really don't. I wish I knew the error code, because maybe one of you all know what to do. But Century of Flight was 20 years ago, folks, when it came out. So that is the story of why I don't fly with C3 on the INSs, both in the 727, which it comes with. You have to get it from the 727. It comes with Felis. So there you have the story, folks. And I'll be perfectly fine now. Right now, there has been a small issue with FMCs that I've had, which could ground aircraft running on those too, if I keep having. We didn't have it yesterday, thankfully, with the C90 and the GPS. You would have seen it when we flew last week, the Citation 10. I believe we had it with this plane too, where it just gets a weird error and you can't clear it. Thankfully, there's a second one to work with. So, anyway, enough negativity. These are great, rock solid. This is a rock star, folks. Felis has done a great job. I am pretty sure it's either I didn't click an X somewhere properly, or didn't update it properly, or whatever, because I really do not know why I'm having all this trouble with the auto throttle. I wish I could upload the video, but it says it's too powerful for Discord. You know, I haven't been told that in a long time, folks, that I'm too powerful. So, thank you, Discord. Anyway, I just don't know why it's not, what I'm not setting right. And I'm going to be so mad if it's something so simple. But like I said, Joss D777 loves to give me a lot of heartache sometimes when he pops in about not setting pressurizations right, not setting this right. And so let me pop in here. Well, right now it's not doing too bad, but it's still now it's starting to get in line. But it should hold right here. And why it's not, I don't know. All right, folks, so we'll just keep rolling on. Hopefully we'll get an answer here in the next day or two from Felis as to what this loose nut's doing. That's hiding behind the wheel. Oh wait, I don't have a wheel. I got rid of it. That's the problem, folks. I threw the yoke out the window and the airplane said, this is what you get for not flying with the yoke. But for those that didn't see it in the beginning, this is why. Where's the HSI? Yeah, now watch. I would die laughing if it's centered up on it. It isn't. Like I said, it gave me a little stomach. Whoa. That would have been a real coinky-dink. All right, so we're going to just keep rolling on here. So I hope you've all had a great week. It's been a pretty good week. We're trying to be work when I'm off. And, yeah. Oh well, it is what it is. We'll deal with that tomorrow when I'm out. So, but I hope your week has been going well as you cross the famous hump, folks. It's Wednesday. The weekend's staring us down. Thank goodness. Even though I got to work Sunday. But, yeah, it is staring us down. Loving it. Christmas a couple weeks away. It is the most wonderful time of the year. I know some people are going through some troubles right now, not having a great end of the year into Christmas, but if I may, keep your eyes on the prize, folks, Christ. In the word Christmas, and Christ in time heal any and all wounds and help to right what is going on. Hey, the clouds look at the cloud. Okay, this again is X-Plane 12, as you can see in the title. 08, release candidate number 2. Oh wait, not sure what was wrong. RC1. Obviously there was something they didn't like. And, oops, that texturing was really good. So, and we're out over the middle of the Atlantic, folks. We see where we are exactly. There's charts showing you, just to get you an idea. Bermuda's a couple hundred miles to our east. Mainland quite a ways away to our west, and the Caribbean quite a ways still ahead of us. So there's Bermuda. There's the East Coast. You can get an idea. Starting to see the Caribbean down. So we got a ways to go, folks. We're still showing a good hour and 50 minutes flight time to Sint Maarten. So we'll just kind of take our time. Got to, however fast the plane's going to get us down there, what it's going to take. So we'll just kind of ease along, puffing through some clouds, and get there as best we can. Hopefully this speed issue will work itself out. Not holding my breath on it. But keep an eyeball on our fuel. Still 35. Oh wait. Yeah, 35. And so yeah, we're still over 70,000 pounds of fuel. So we're actually, I believe the number is, I forget to always look at it, folks, 83,000 pounds. Here's what we've used so far, 11 to 12,000 in each of the engines. So. All right, and pressurization, all looks good. Hydraulics all look good. As we cross 3 hours since we turned the simulator on, 2.5 hours since we turned the streaming on. We have to get up front now to see the rest. hour and a half since pretty much started our taxi. So. All right, folks. So doing good. At the halfway point. So just like the week, getting ready to slide on into the weekend. Y'all, we'll be back in a moment. I just realized something I didn't do last night. Be right back, folks. I'm going to head over to Mac Air and get credit for that flight yesterday. Be right back. All right, folks, we're back with you. And I am going to go ahead and open up Discord and see how things go. As we're starting to get into some more defined clouds here. Let's see how the frames are working out. Again, giving you an idea of distances. I will say, from all the sims I've flown, right now I think X-Plane 12 does a good job with weather to a point. I think it's got a long way to go with weather. Probably all sims do. And I may have to look into Active Sky 12 or I'm sorry, XP 12 and or the other source out there for improving weather. Basically what I would love to see, and I missed this, Active Sky was the one that did it for a Century of Flight and FSX for the few years I used it with FSX. Hang on a second, folks. So we'll look into it and see. It really defined hurricanes unbelievably in the summertime. Thunderstorms over the United States were just incredible. What they were able to do with the earlier sims like that. I hope that same level of excellence is there today. They look good, I'll say that much, but do they, when a METAR does not say rain, put rain? When a TAF doesn't even say rain, put rain. That's what X-Plane does right now. 9 out of 10 times I can pop up, it's clear skies, and poof, we have rain. So that's what I'm talking about. And it's clear skies. That one's a tough one, folks. So we'll let that sit, and when we come back, we're going to start looking into our arrival. I know our viewers and followers have gone to break. They'll be back in about 30 seconds. But to the subscribers, thank you so much for what you do, and I hope you enjoy the no ads. That is one feature Twitch did, which was phenomenal. And I really hope you enjoy that as much as we're trying our best to improve things here, at least visually on the streams. Maybe if you all think we need to work audio, let me know. That one's one I don't know much about, so I will need a lot of help. All right, welcome back, our followers and viewers. Just talking about when subscribers, what they've, div, plus the donators and all of that. We sure appreciate it all. And we just jumped over a song. Oh, that's weird. Anyway, we really do appreciate it. And we thank you so much. We are looking into, as you guys left, we were talking about weather. I am really beginning to lean that's where I'm going to go. Austin kind of teased me with the 12.08 presentation that weather would be looked at, and I hate to spend the money, and he improves it in the sim itself, but I don't know. So I may have to look at the couple of options I know of out there for weather. DGTani6, thank you for the follow. We sure appreciate you being aboard, and look forward to seeing you on our next stream. By the way, folks, I haven't really said a lot about that next stream. Friday. If you look down in the about, you should see it. It's going to be another 2-flight stream. We're going to fly from Slovenia to Munich to Stockholm. A319 told us, and we're going to try our best to fly it airline style. We're going to roll in, give ourselves 40 minutes on the ground, turn around and go. So we'll see if it happens. And y'all are welcome to be there. Can't guarantee we'll be on VATSIM, but we'll do our best. Europe, I get a little nervous with. Germany, the worst. No offense to you guys over there, Germany, VATSIM. A lot of times I can't figure out which channel to be on for who, because you have got it so saturated, which God love you for that. I wish some other people would learn that. But I don't know which frequency to go to. So that's where I line up with that. Then some of the I get into where I'm a little I'll text more than I'll voice, because I'm scared of the language barriers that come with flying international. But we may do it. Munich, been rubbed a couple times hard and raw with them, but we might give them a second try here and see what happens. But yeah, that's on tap for Friday. Again, let me put another caveat on there. I'm coming off work on Thursday, and we may, who knows, as long as I can get some sleep at work, come home a little refreshed, will be good. Otherwise, we may have to start later, which means we may not be able to get that second flight in. So we'll see how how things go, but for sure Slovenia to Munich and Munich on up to Stockholm if everything's firing on all cylinders. So, but again, DGTawny6, thanks for the follow. Again, sure appreciate having you aboard. Insuik68 resubscribed earlier in the stream, just about when we came on. And 5 months in a row. Thank you, sir. Man, 5 months. And here we are. It's Christmas time. Awesome. All right. So we are now at the, did I read that right? Hour and 18 minutes out. And we're starting to get the Caribbean, Southern Atlantic thunderstorm look to the skies, folks. Seen some lightning every now and then. Problem is it accurate or not? We don't know, because we got to find buoys to be able to figure all of this out. So, which is what active sky. Is it open sky, what the other one's called? I can't remember, but anyway, there's 2 of them out there that I'm going to begin looking into to add into here by the first of the year, or around the first of the year. So, of course, I'm leaning active sky just because of past using it, but I'm open to this new one. I've watched a couple streams, so I'll take a look at it. All right, so we are headed to Sint Maarten. You folks, everyone loves going into Sint Maarten. Great approach, very simple approach to fly. Just sometimes gets kind of tricky in the fact you're landing on 7,500 feet of runway. Oh, gosh, sorry about yawning in your ears. 7,500 feet of runway. It's even harder taking off. So, not in this plane. It kind of seems a little overpowered, but hey, we'll take it. Folks, we still enjoy it. It just, these little quirks we've come across do make it sometimes challenging. And for those curious, we are in IAS auto throttle speed hold, not Mach like we should be. So that's a little disheartening, but we're okay. It's 290 and holding, so we'll keep going as we are. And again, Discord is open voice. Come on, just realize, folks, it's a family channel. No swearing. Same rules that apply for typing apply to voice. So, watch your language when you come on. You never know who's all listening. All right, so with us being where we are, what VOR are we picking up at 1:15.9? Oh no, we're not picking one up. That's just our okay. Hang on, I'm checking something real quick. Okay, I was just checking into something here. Okay, cool. All right. So, original Godspeed, welcome aboard. It is going well. Just some little hiccups with Felis. And I don't even know if it's with Felis or with X-Plane or a combination of both. Speed hold doesn't seem to really hold. I mean, I'm not touching it anymore, but it just wants to go down and up and all over the place. So hopefully it's the two come together one day. I miss the days where I could set Mach 0.85 and it flies Mach 0.85 till I start the descent. Then I set the speed, holds it, no more. Oh well, but that's me. I hope you're having a great Wednesday there, original Godspeed, as we fly on to Sint Maarten. Well, let's see here. We could pull in St. Thomas at 108.6. Let's try. We're way out from that. Go. Yeah, we're still way out of range. We're going to ODUCA will be our closest run to it at about 165 miles. We'll be lucky to pick it up. So, but we may get it over here at Gyro, 56 miles away. So as we track down to that, we may, and then we'll be on track for Sint Maarten. Go ahead and put that in here. 13. Right, if we pulled that in, I would be shocked. That's quite a ways off still. And for those of you interested in this aircraft, let's see if... Oh, I know why. Oh, I know. There you go, folks. Hang on a second. I'm going to get rid of that echo. What's going on here at X-Plane? Just got a new person. Let's see. All right, so what came with release candidate 2? I'm curious. Crash when checking for available feedback. Crash when checking for available readback command. Not valid. Okay, that sounds good. Crash when okay. Crash when destroying the aircraft _grid _widget and the full-size render icon. Oh, mouse wheel scrolling fails. Icing effect doesn't properly work without thermal textures. Memory leak in telemetry systems. That one I remember early on. And list of XP instances in the network of existing IP is wrong. If new node shows up. Okay, not sure what that. I'm not sure what a lot of these are, folks. But hopefully, they make sense to you. Alright, that is really weird to say. Not sure where it's coming from. Okay, it must have been through Discord. Okay, so I don't think, oh, nope, it's still there. Alright, we'll just keep going on, folks. Just gonna be something we deal with. You've been looking out the wing view here of the Felis bird. Let's get on back up in the cockpit. Alright, and we are currently 1 hour 6 minutes out. Not really sure where this, I'm still hearing the echo. I'm not sure where it's coming from on the system. Discord is muted and I'm no longer on it. Microphone is fine. Must have been some update. All right. check. Maybe you're right. I didn't think about that. Maybe you're right. I didn't think about that. Okay, that one's mute. Okay, that one's mute. Aha! Good catch, original Godspeed. Good catch. Didn't realize the other page I had open was doing it to me. Oh, I was like, man. Good catch. All right. Well, we'll try this again with Discord. All right, we're set now. Okay, we're on again on Discord. I'm just like, what the heck? Everything is not in monitor. Oh, you gotta love it. It's all those voices in my head. I know, we get it. Oh, all right. Well, things have finally settled down a little bit with the airspeed. Not much, but a little. As we cruise on. All right, when we come out of the ad break here, folks, we'll get into the arrival brief. And it says we got about another 7 seconds, but the laptop here says we're out. We'll give it the 3, 2, 1. All right, folks, I know many of you may have been back before this, but just going by a message on my OBS monitor here. We're going to get into the arrival brief. Not a lot to this. I mean, there is a star, but yet we're really not flying it. You'll see what I mean here. So let me bring in first Sim Toolkit, let you see where we are here. Okay, so you can see that little batch of rain that we went by about 20 minutes ago. Now we're getting down here. We're pretty much even with the Bahamas. We're getting pretty close. All right, let's bring in NavGraph. Again, you can get an idea where we are. We're set to track. Okay, oh, we're still on the JFK stuff. Okay. So our wind as of 48 minutes ago, like I said, I've never seen a west wind here. Sure, it happens. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I've never seen one. Showers and thunder showers east of the island. Winds 090 at 9. 10 approach, folks. Got a little bit of a variable wind from 060 to 120. And thunder showers, scattered layer at 1,800 feet. So pretty easy to deal with. As you can see on here, TNCM's where we're going. TJSJ, that is San Juan, by the way, folks. Luis Munoz Marin, I didn't know it, Marin Airport. But it is one of the big hubs for the Caribbean. Most of your American actually had a hub there. I think it might still. And then they spoke out through all the islands. Back in the day on ATRs and regional type aircraft today, not really sure what they fly, if even American does do anything down there like that. But that's our alternate should we need it. All right, so let's look here. First off, let me go back to charts. We're coming in on 10. There is an arrival. Let's take a look. Click select. The UBA 1 arrival. Boy, it's pretty tough to figure that one out, isn't it, folks? Let me pull the chart up. Might make it a little more, make more sense. Basically, what we're doing is at SLUGO, we go direct to an intercept course to Sint Maarten. Now, it's funny, they call it Saint, S-A-I-N-T. Everything I look it up under is Sint, Sierra, India, November, Tango. Just kind of interesting, the differences here. But again, you're going to fly a track from SLUGO 160 to Ulba, basically. Okay. And we're going to intercept the run in there 10 to 15 miles out and just track it in on the... Oh, my bad, folks. Somehow I clicked off. And oh, I know what I did. Okay. Prevent that in the future. There we go. It says we're going to fly the VOR Zulu runway 10 straight in. And all it is, folks, track a VOR. It's just like your simple navigation we all learn in basic flight. Track a VOR. Except this guy gets lost tracking a VOR. Don't ask me how I do it, but I am so good I get lost on a VOR track. Anyway. That was back then. Hopefully this is not going to happen today. 096 straight in. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and punch that in because I may use it. Oh wait, no, not that one. Oh, can't I? Oh, I know why. So we'll add and close it. All right, so this is what we're going to do instead of this. All right, hang on a second here, SLUGO. Okay, why? Oh, here it is. There we go. All right, and that'll get rid of that so it's not confusing. So you can see we'll go SLUGO down to the intercept, over Ulba, and in. We'll talk about it all here in a minute. Now, let's work the arrival up. So, do we remember what it said? Let's pull it up. It is the VOR Zulu runway 10. All right. VOR Zulu is here. Let's look at the chart. And it's basically from Ulba in. Okay. Because SLUGO, I believe, is this one. Coming down. See how it would hit the arc and fly around. Final approach. Okay, so there we have it. So we're going to now come down SLUGO, and we're going to grab the VOR Zulu right on in. All right, so let's talk it out. Okay. 127.65 is the ATIS there. It's 14 feet above sea level. Tranny is 6,500 feet. Transition level. We're coming in from SLUGO, so we'll track 160. To Alba, it's 31 miles. Now we should come in and intercept the VOR and come in. There are no altitudes showing on this chart. So there you have this. Our minimum safe in our direction is 2,600 feet. So that means we can come down to 2,600 feet and hold, and we're safe to not hit anything. Okay. That hopefully won't be the case. We'll be flying that low that long. All right, so let's get on the VOR. All right, folks, it's again same ATIS. Approach tower. We'll see if they're up. VOR 113.0. We have that dialed in. We're going to dial it in again for the one over the pilot side. We're going to fly a heading of 096 at Deber. 4.9 miles out, we need to be at 1,600 feet. That is accounting for above sea level, 1,586 feet above the ground. Okay, so when we count for the mean sea level airport elevation, that's what you get. The decision altitude, folks. On the altimeter, which is measured above sea level, 500 feet. On the radar altimeter, 486 feet. We'll round up to 500 to be safe. And then the airport elevation. Again, our minimum safes, we're in the 2,600 foot zone. On the south side of that would be 4,100 feet. So if you were coming in from, say, Dandy to Uda, you got about 4,100 feet to work with. Maybe even over toward Esven. So, all right. And then here again, we come in, intercept, fly the approach in from Alba, 10 miles out, Kieber, 5 miles out, and then 2 miles out. Okay. Alba in will be at 1,600 feet, and then we'll begin our 2.98 degree drop. We'll probably be right around 130, 140 for our approach speed. So plan on about a 730 feet per minute to make that approach. And then finally, we know our minimums. 50 feet MSL, that's your barometer, your altimeter. 486, we're going to set 500 for the radar altimeter. And we need 2,300 meters to be able to fly this. And then we have some missed approach restricted to a maximum of 205 knots till you're tracking 180. VNAV DADH in lieu of MDA height operator policy. Okay, we're not worried about that. And let's look at that missed approach. Okay, 2 miles out. Track 180 to 4,000 feet, passing 2,600 feet within 10 miles. DME. Turn left. Direct PJ MVOR, and then, oh, okay, I see what they're doing. So we're going to turn to the left, 180. Once we're 10 miles south and above 2,600 feet towards 4,000, we'll come straight back at the VOR and hold in a direct entry for, it's like left-hand turns. Yeah, over the airport at 4,000 feet. Okay. So, missed approach point is 2 miles out. Timing not authorized or defining your missed approach point. All right, there's a lot of information to digest there, folks. Feel free to roll it back. Feel free to watch it on YouTube. Should be up later today. And if you didn't know we had a YouTube channel, there you go. Head on over there. We've got a whole lot of video up there. All right, so let's pull this away, see where we are. All right, we're going to go ahead now and get rid of Sim Toolkit. We're going to go over here and begin our initial look at what our performance calculations are for landing. Okay, first thing I did was click landing perf down here. That's what we're on. Always click load sheet. That'll be what you're looking at. I'm going to double check information here. We're looking at an estimated landing weight of 551, 554. I'm fine with that. Flaps 30. Okay, airport runway length. 7,500 feet. Elevation 0. Runway is going to be 100. Yeah, 100. Oh, wrong way. Do we have a slope? All right, slope down 0.04. Yep, we'll just leave it at 0 because 04 would be more than what we were doing. A dry runway. Current METAR. Let's see what we got. All right, so we got 090 at 9. Temperature 29. Still not. Barometric pressure. Of course. Okay, we'll just bump it up. Okay, and the wind one more time, 090-9er. And there we go, folks. So we're currently set up for conditions right now. We can update this as we get ready. Right now, we're looking at probably medium brakes. Go ahead and set that. So if I don't, I'll forget. All right, so there you have it, folks. Clean with the flaps 239, and then you see how they work down. We'll set the speeds, and we're pretty much ready here. Zoom in a little bit here, and we've got clear skies all the way down to the Caribbean. Currently 250. Oh wait, we need to program this. Arrival. Do the ULBA. SLUGO. And all right, let's take a look at that real quick. I'm going to bring it up on charts here. Oops, sorry folks. All right, once we land, we'll pick one, probably two. Close that out. Well, it helps to be on the right airport. VOR Zulu. All right. First off, let's look at Alba. SLUGO. All the way into Alba to PJM. Oh. Okay. Perfect. All right, so we have it set. Okay, we're about to come over KEEKA, ODUCA, then Gyro, SLUGO. From SLUGO 160 down to the intercept point here, PJM radial 276, but we're going to be inbound on the reciprocal 096. Okay, let's set this up here to 113 double lot. Set this to 96. Let's go the other way. And we'll do the same here. All right, so everything is now set up for the approach. Speed-wise, we got there. The only thing we haven't figured out yet is top of descent. We are going from 35,000 feet down to 1,600 feet by De Beer. De Beer is 5 plus the DD SLUGO 31. Okay, so go to my handy dandy calculator. So we're going to go okay, hang on a second here, folks. $90. It's 36, which would be minus, so 66 miles from SLUGO. I'm not sure. Hang on a second, folks. Just catching up here real quick. And edit. Okay. So 66 miles. All right, so as we come down to SLUGO, 60, call it 70 miles from SLUGO, we'll begin our descent to 1,600 feet. All right, so right up in here somewhere will be our top of descent. They're calling it right now, the FMC's 200 miles out. Trying to think if that would be close enough. Probably. Oh yeah, 200 miles. Yeah, we'll be fine. But I'm definitely gonna, like I said, 60. Once we get past ODUCA, we'll be. I'm just looking at the mileage. Heck is Gyro? Hang on a second, folks. Something's missing. Oh, right there. Okay. Okay. Now, what are we looking at? Perfect. So as we about 30 miles out of Gyro, we'll do it. All right, there we go. Okay.
79 feet, go down.
Hey, Bad Attitude, welcome in. Classic flight, JFK to Sint Maarten, and we are just getting close. Looking at about 200 miles from top of descent. Just pushed. Weather just too bad for you yesterday, huh? Oh, man. All right, so, yeah, we're looking real good here. Let's recenter everything up. Kind of give you a little bit more of the big picture here. So you can see we still got to go to KEEKA, ODUCA, Gyro, SLUGO, and then we're on the approach for Sint Maarten. So folks, we're almost there, and I hope JFK was, don't want to talk about it. JFK this morning, I think it was JFK. I wasn't on VATSIM on the way out. Frame rates were just horrid there. So I would have been kicked off VATSIM probably as soon as I came on VATSIM, just for being not able to maintain 20. Yep, I use XPilot. So it is what it is, you know. Well, maybe there'll be a way to tune it. Who knows? Can I help you? Well, yeah, as soon as we get on the ground, we can help you with it. Just make sure you have XPUIPC, and I don't think you have to pay for it. It won't pick up your mic or your headset? Huh. Not sure what's up with that. Other than... we'll try a couple things. Yeah, we'll work with you once we get on the ground and get you going there. A couple of ideas coming to mind. So, and I bet you 20 to 1 odds you've already tried those. But anyway, folks, also just to let everyone know, we are on Discord for this, so feel free to come in. And I know the CEO, Spaceman, would be unhappy with me if I again did not mention Pan Am Virtual is open for those who like Pan Am, those who like TWA, but don't expect the TWA you come to love way back when. Because last I checked, when they got gobbled up by American, they did not have A320s and they did not have 737-800s. The new TWA slash American, make it American, not even slash in there, American, bottom out completely. Then they had 737-800s. So, but anyway, they're a great virtual airline, folks. Good bunch of people. Just got the message there for how to find them. Check them out, folks. They're really a good bunch. If you're into digital combat sim, they have a squadron. So check into it once you're part of the team. Or if you're more into digital combat, check, give a shout out to the guy that runs Spaceman, and he can talk to you about the DCS side of the house. But on the flight sim side of the house, we have Pan Am, TWA, and Atlas. Atlas is more of a charter airline geared to when the squadron for DCS is on the move. They move them in VATSIM. But TWA and Pan Am are there all the time, folks. So check them out. crew.paavirtual.com. And as I always say, check before you sign up. This airline, pretty well open to all levels of flight. Some airlines I fly with, be very careful. Because some of them, you got to at least know how to fly. And some of them, you better know what you're doing, because they will frustrate you if you don't. So, and believe me, they frustrated me with 10,000 plus hours of VATSIM flying. And, so, but that's, that's another issue for another day. Pan Am Virtual, though, is a great bunch, great software, great tools, and if you liked Pan Am, if you like TWA, there you go, folks. All right, so off we go, and all of a sudden the clouds have disappeared. Where did they go? We're 275 miles out of the island. All right, just so you know, folks, the descent approach checklist, I will, like the after takeoff checklist, will not necessarily start with the top of descent. You'll see why when we get into it. There are pieces of that actually occur below transition level, below 10,000, and so forth, that will just hold it. And I'd rather not hold it. I like getting through it. The landing, as soon as we cross Elba, we'll go through it and take it on in. Okay, so we're holding at 0.857. Folks, the airspeed indicator has been as high as 8.7, as low as 8.2. It just never stabilizes. This is about the stable it's been. And I'm actually not even in Mach hold, I'm in IAS. So, I don't know. Again, we've said this a lot today, and I'm not going to harp on it. Don't know if it's an X-plane issue or a Felis issue. My guess, combination of both. Throw out the factor of the loose nut behind the yoke. That could also be a factor. And I put in my words over to Felis. I don't think they've replied other than they're talking about utilities that I could send videos in. So, oh, and someone from Pan Am, or with a Pan Am logo over at Felis, chimed in on my post, but not an answer to the why. So, we'll just keep plugging away, folks. Yeah, get back in the chat here. Okay, so we'll just keep plugging away here, folks, and okay, we're going towards ODUCA now. We got about just about 19 miles to go there, then 150 miles to Gyro, which will be 30 miles-ish, 35 miles. From that, we'll start down towards 5,000, and then we'll work our way down to 1,600 feet. Hugging the waves. Maybe we can hang 10. Okay, hang a 7.4. Speaking of a outside look, give you a nice look at it with no clouds, no nothing in the air. Gem of the ocean. So again, I hope y'all have enjoyed the ride. I know I have. A little over 3 hours and 40 minutes ago, we cranked up the stream, and we're looking at about an hour from now. Speaking of DCS, I need to fire it up. Says Bad Attitude. Go for it, man. You won't find me there. I had way too many blue screens back in the 1.5 range. Just don't want to. I'm one that, you know, you screw with me once, I don't really give you the second chance. Hence why you won't hear me on VATSIM on the West Coast with the controllers. I get very apprehensive with them. So that's why. They've done me wrong too many times out there. O'Hare the same way. No, I don't like blue screens at all. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it kind of messed with my last computer badly. And granted, it got me this nice, great computer next to me, but I'm not going to hurt it with it. So, and it's no fun. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not going to dabble into that, no. So, we'll just keep trucking along here with X-Plane. Now, you weren't here, Bad Attitude, but we actually, I was telling folks, probably the best simulator, I'm sorry, Laminar, you're not going to like me, that I've ever flown is still A Century of Flight, 2004. I know some of y'all may not have been born yet. Oh, the engines are really hard? Okay. I had them turned down, too. Oh, well. But, yeah, Century of Flight was probably the best simulator I've flown. Now, scenery-wise, you all can argue with me. I'll give you that one. But overall, that was probably one of the best sims ever put out. And yes, it was by Microsoft before they took their leap of disaster. And it wasn't in FSX. It was with operating systems. So, but I've even thought about putting a Century of Flight back on the computer. Just because I miss it so much, but I just don't like the fact I can't update the nav data in it. In the sim itself, I can the FMCs, but not the sim itself. That was 2004. I still say their best product ever. And that's a shame because Microsoft went downhill from then on, both in the operating system world, yes, and the, you can call it failed, botched FSX, but you know, it really wasn't all that bad. The problem was no one knew just how the system would need to be optimized, your computer system. Because once I got that computer I had before DCS blew it up, I had a just downright phenomenal sim in FSX. But it took 4 or 5 years to get to that point. So, but I still stand. I think Flight Sim 2004 may have been the best sim on the market. So, all right, folks, we are in a break for the those that are viewing and followers, so we can get the ads through for Twitch. And again, subscribers, thank you so much. Thank you for coming aboard and helping us. We are looking into some, I think we're going to look into some applications for the sim, weather specifically, and see if we can't help this simulator out a little in the weather department. But other than that, X-Plane 12 is a phenomenal sim. Welcome back, all of our viewers and followers. Just sharing. Oh, with that, are you talking about FSX, their bad attitude, or Century of Flight? Because Century of Flight was with PMDG downright. FSX, yeah. Yeah, that's true. But then Prepared didn't save it much at all. So that kind of didn't really help when they went to 64. So FSX had a lot of problems. But once I got my computer up to a decent level, which unfortunately was not Microsoft's way of anything back. I'm not even good. I'm wanting to go so negative with Microsoft. I got to stay off of that. And that's why I don't fly that sim, folks. But yeah, I've been very tempted to go back to seeing how Century of Flight would fly on this. So yeah, and I've done, well, I didn't do Prepared and I didn't do X-Plane 10, but I came aboard with 11 and 12. So, and I, you know, I still liked FSX. I just hated the fact that I don't know if DCS really did a number on my hard drive, but It could have with all those blue screens. Blue screens are never good. And DCS, oh, man, they hammered it a lot. So that's why I don't even dabble with it. I don't want the headaches. I don't want to spend another $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 on a computer. So we'll just keep plugging along here. Let's see, where are we? All right. And again, folks, as you can see, the link for Pan Am came up again. If you're interested, there's the link to check them out. All right, what are we showing here? About 30. Yep, that's about what I calculated. So 38 miles go. So that means, folks, let's set in. I'm going to start us down to 5,000. Hoping that'll be... Whoop, went too far. Too SLUGO. Okay, there's 5,000. And we're set there. And we'll see what we can do here. And by the way, folks, when you look at my specs there on my computer, that's 3 years. This is now going on 3 years? Yeah. So we're going on 3 years now with it. I'm not in the business that when a new sim comes out to go buy a new computer. That's a racket Microsoft loves. I don't. So maybe every other one. But even then, I really don't want to buy a new computer. And some of you are going to be coming to grips with that here real soon when they release the new one. Because then you're going to have to buy the new one. And then you're going to have to buy all the other stuff with it. Yeah. What a racket. I will give X-Plane. They do a good job at trying to keep everything on an even keel so you're not always paying for stuff. And that's a compromise with both Laminar and their developers in a good relationship like that to be able to keep us from having to go through and buy a lot of stuff. So all right, we are closing in on our top of descent. Yes, you're going, well, how do I know where it's at? Right there, 19 miles out. So we'll be 19 will be around 49 miles. Yeah, that'll be okay. Actually, that'll get us down to SLUGO. How about I set 26? Well, no, we'll keep it at 5,000. All right, we're going to go ahead and begin that descent. Okay, and go into VS. Start kicking it down. Right about 2,000 feet a minute. Maintaining 290. And folks, if you notice, we're on speed already because it just flat out would not. Why are you? We'll get. I don't really want to go through that again, but we will. Their bad attitude. All right, so we'll set 290. I think we're set for the descent. All right, why we're using FMSs and not SIVA? The audience has heard this once. We're going to give it the Cliff Note version. Back in the A Century of Flight days, I flew a thing called Ready for Pushback 747-200. Under the hood, it was just like Felis. The exterior, a little toyish in my opinion. You all may argue me. That's fine. I had purchased SIVA INSs for it. Worked great, I don't know, a couple of months. And then either I shut it down wrong without completely shutting the SIVA down the way you're supposed to. I don't know what caused it, but an error came up on the displays, one of those codes I could never clear. I got frustrated after flight not being able to be flown because of this stupid little error code. Uninstall, reinstall, uninstall, everything, folders, the whole 9 yards, airplanes, everything. Still, this code. So I just said to heck with it. PMDG came out with the 747-400, switched over to it. An FMC product came out that was pretty decent. I used it with Ready for Pushback, and that was the few flights I did in the 200. From then on, that's why I don't play with the SIVA. It's nothing ill towards Felis. It's just I don't want to deal with codes that SIVA can kick out, and no way of clearing them. So that's the Cliff Note version, why I don't do it. Plus, of course, it takes close to an hour plus minutes to get the plane ready to go when you're doing SIVA. FMS, I can have the plane up and going in 45 minutes. All right, so we are through 28,000. Nice 2,000-ish feet per minute descent. We're doing 290, which is good. And we're coming down right on track. Altitude select set. Always make sure you see it here, folks. If you don't, you're going to go right through it. Take it from somebody with experience. And all of a sudden you're going to hear, and you're going, what the heck's that? Altitude alert for, 1,000 feet, not good. So, anyway, that's why I don't use SIVA, folks. And nothing against Felis at all on that. Probably a phenomenal thing. It's just I don't want to go through that anymore. I don't like it when I get blue screened like I did with DCS. I don't like it when the limited flight sim time sometimes we all have gets ate up with stupid stuff. And back in the days, back to your DCS stuff, I mean, being able to go up and blow things out of the sky because of that airport back in the day was really nice to vent some frustrations. And when it blue screened and I couldn't, I gave up on the platform. I did, however, enjoy my time on BMS, fighting Falcon 4. That never blue screened, and that I just didn't like because I always got killed. That never helped. But you know, I still had that one I had a lot of fun on just because it didn't blue screen on me, and I could, you know, come in, fire it up, go through the full startup, go out, fly, come back, maybe land, or come back in my parachute. But yeah, DCS, I just got tired of the blue screens. SIVA, got tired of not being able to fire it up. So, and then having to scramble, find another flight, and run out of time just really, really frustrated me. And I don't want to go through the frustrations anymore. I'm here to relax, enjoy, just like you all are relaxing, enjoying the stream. Trying to stay non-negative is sometimes hard, and I'm trying my hardest. So I hope y'all enjoy. We are coming down for Sint Maarten, an airport that's fun in its own ways, but challenging in the fact with a heavy, you have 7,500 feet of runway. Landing isn't all that hard with 7,500 feet. It's knowing you can get out with 7,500 feet in a heavy, but it's still eating up a lot of that. It should be eating up a lot of that runway if you're going to Europe. Whether it will or not, I don't know. I don't think I have any VAs to test that out. Okay, and according to the estimated time en route, we have 11 minutes to Sint Maarten. I think we're going to be a little over that. All right, let's see how we're doing on this descent. All right, we're about to turn for SLUGO, which I can't remember. Did that airway? Yes, it does. So that's going to be picked up on 13. All right. I'm going to try... what is the airway? All right, let's go ahead, pull power back, spoilers up. Okay, we're coming in. However, 18,000 here, folks, is not transition. It was 6,500 in our brief. Okay, so here we are. About to turn a gyro for Sluggard. We're going to pat the airway we're going to be on will be south of PJM, but it's close enough. We're making the turn right now. And so is it on this chart? Transition level 6,500 feet. Okay, let me pull the speed brakes down. All right, so we're through. Oh wait, we got to set our minimums are 500. Actually, above the ground is 486, but as Bad Attitude rightly said, round up to 500 just to be safe. And we're still looking for a altimeter of 1014, which, by the way, we are at. No, we are not. We'll just set it now. Okay. Just as easy to do it now. Okay, and then over here, start releasing our reserve fuel. Okay, and set our pressure. So people aren't hurting too badly back there. All right, time to get up here. We'll keep those on. Wing lights on, logo lights on. Okay. All right, let's take a look over here. Okay, seatbelts are on, anti-ice set, and auto brakes, medium. Radio INS will keep as is until headed down from SLUGO. And that's as far as we can go. So we'll wait a little longer. All right, let's go ahead, start slowing this thing. All right, we're slowing because we're approaching 10,000 feet. And let's get our radar evened up. Go into GA. Okay, and we are ready, folks. SLUGO is 7 miles out. We set 160. Okay, we're getting below 250. We'll get our lights on. And
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure
10,000.
Lights are on.
Make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
3 miles to the turn.
Underneath the seat in front of you or in overhead bins. Our cabin crew are currently passing around.
Start the turn, I'll take over. Continue us on down to 26. Okay, there's the turn. Okay, 160 set. And pull off some speed brakes. Zero 96. All right, here we come, folks. As soon as I start seeing the needle move, I'll flip in, well, get it to within 1 dot, then I'll flip over to VOR. Okay, one last look over here.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Auto brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
1,000 level off. Armed.
Altimeters.
1014. Set and cross check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
All right, folks, we are set up. Got some pesky thunder shower type clouds ahead of us. Got a little bit showing up on radar right over here. A little ahead of us. We're in the 50-mile range, so we're looking at about 40 miles out, I think, ish. Okay, again, we're waiting for the VOR to start coming into course at about 1 dot, right above the airplane here. I'll switch it to VOR lock. Okay, we're at the minimum descent altitude of 2,600 feet. At Alba, we'll begin our descent down to the VOR of 1,600 feet. Actually, we might do it as soon as we get on course. And double checking METARs. They are 53 minutes old. 10:14. 10:14, okay. So again, welcome in, folks. Hope y'all are enjoying the flight. Been in the air about 4.5 hours from JFK down here. Thank you all, those that stuck around with us the whole flight. Appreciate the turnout. Thank you for those coming in now or who have been popping in and out. All right, altitude select. Let's go altitude hold for now. We should be getting close to our 9.6 is where we're turning for, folks, and we're about 105. So this needle should, there it goes, starting to move. Just about 1 dot will make the move to catch. Let's go, nav. Okay, we'll get it set to 9.6. And we'll get our first notch of flaps in.
Flaps 1.
Got the island just barely in sight out there, folks, as we start the intercept. Okay, 139, let's go 150 on approach, okay. Sorry, folks. Okay, we're beginning to firm up here. As we start our descent to 19.
Flaps 5.
Get a little bit steeper here, folks.
Flaps 10.
Okay, there's Alba.
Gear down.
Okay, we're looking for 4.9, so at 5 miles we start our all-out descent for the runway. We start looking for it
Gears
now.
down, green light.
Let's go ahead and drop in another notch of flaps.
Flaps 20.
There's the runway, folks. Okay, and I am going to go ahead and start our descent to 500 feet.
Flaps 25. Flaps 30.
All right, got the runway in sight. All right, folks, here we go. Moment of truth. Sint Maarten traffic Clipper 225, 3 mile final, runway 10. Okay.
1000.
Gentlemen, have just been cleared to land. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
Feel very high.
Approaching minimums.
Landing.
500 minimums.
Stable landing.
Sync rate. 40, 30, 20, 10. auto brake off.
Alright, don't know why the
60 knots.
reversers would not kick in again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. For your safety and comfort, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign and we have parked at our gate.
Flaps up.
Come in at Delta. Alright, let's get that AP. Next one. Oh, that might have been where I needed to. Oh well, we'll come in on Charlie. And Sint Maarten traffic, Clipper 225's off runway 10, taxiing to gate 2. Alright, hang on a second, folks, while we get that APU started. Okay, and did all of those because we're on this. Okay, brake, auto brakes. Okay.
Cabin ready.
And what else did I forget? Outflow F cargo. I think that's all of it.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Hold on. Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Of course, I checked the one that doesn't. That's okay. All right, and because we still seem to have troubles with this, we'll set
Cockpit to ground.
chocks.
Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Okay. We had nearly 40,000 pounds of fuel, folks. All right, so let's get the APU on.
All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes.
Hang on, we'll get that skipped because they are set.
Beacon lights.
Damn. Off.
INS.
Align.
Probe and window heat.
Damn. Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Wait. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights. Off. Radar. Off.
INS. Wait. Off. Radio switches. Wait.
Checklist completed.
All right, there we go, folks. We're in the blocks. Great land. I think it felt like a great landing. We'll see. We ate up some runway, but I just don't know why it won't go into reverse sometimes. But anyway, we're here. I hope you all enjoyed. And again, I hope you all check out Pan Am Virtual. It's a great airline. They're hiring folks. They're looking for pilots, virtual pilots. Love to have you as part of it. We fly both Pan Am and TWA. We also have cargo flights with Atlas. So check them out there at the link that came up in the screen. All right, let's get this thing closed out. And, ooh, hang on. Looks like a good flight. I can't read the landing there, so we'll just go file. Hooray, it's been filed. And let's go over here. We'll probably have to log in like always. Wow. Pan Am 183. I'll take that for sure. Wow. What a day. Okay. Let's take a look at this now in Sim Toolkit. We'll take, and before you ask, yes, the jetway is not at the plane because, well, had I chose this one or this one, which, oh, they're connected. I see how they're connected. Okay. Or that one, they would work, but this one does not work. That's fine. All right. So let's look at it from the point of view of Sim Toolkit. I like what I'm seeing. Finish the flight real quick. Okay. And Sim Toolkit. Get rid of that at the top. Okay, there's the flight there, folks. 139 feet a minute. Wow. Great. It felt good. Really did. Easing her on like that. All right, so the details. You can see the run there. 3 hours, 42 minutes, 1,460 miles. We burned 40,700 kilos of fuel. 1G on the landing and 139 feet a minute right on VREF. Folks, that is how it is to be. Actually, that's a little fast still. All right, here's where it counts. 2,200 feet down the runway, which is 7,500 feet. Albeit landing zone ends here. So we're just kind of getting to the end of it. Real quick for those curious, these big white marks you saw, that's where you aim for your visual landings. But so long as you land north, or in this case, east of the threshold bar, up to this point, you're in the landing zone. After that, you're going to start seeing, well, you're not going to see them because it's not precision that way, but you're going to start running out of runway. Really a good flight, folks. Good flight. All right. Now, with everything in place, I'm going to give it a try, folks. Just take a look outside. Who's coming in? FFT. Frontier flight coming in from Orlando. Welcome to Sint Maarten. Let's watch him land before we come offline. Should be. There he is. But again, not bad scenery here, folks. There's the famed beach where you could literally spin these wheels. Albeit, I've been told there are no more 7.4s flying there. And there are some heavies, but they're not as prolific as the 747s there. Reason I put it that way. The fencing that goes around the airport, people would hang on to see how much. They are so close to you right there. You're getting pelted with sand. I'd hate to see what some of these people look like. But yeah, they're staving off the full force of those engines to get those jumbos in the air. All right, here he comes, and then we'll see if we can't do a replay. But what a fun flight. And if you didn't notice, he was the pilot that was at SLUGO as we were exiting 10. Looking good. Nice flare. A little high, but I know that feeling. It's a floater, folks. Nice, nice, nice job there, Frontier. Nice job. And he made the turnaround. The heavies won't. Most likely they're going to take most of the runway. All right. Well, that was awesome to watch. We'll come off so he has the whole terminal to himself. And just kind of looking through here. I think we can get rid of this too. All right, let's see what we can do here. I'm going to go ahead and pull off the chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Okay, now I've turned the sound down, I hope.
Chocks removed.
Nope. Don't know. All right, it's going to crash to desktop. All right, so hang on. Let me get ready for that. All right, folks. Well, you know, it did it again. I don't know why, but it is doing what it is doing. We'll give it a few seconds to crash to desktop. But, folks, I do want to say thank you for flying with Mike. I wish we could have watched the landing again, but I don't know what it is with Felis. But it is just not playing well with X-Plane 12 and the rewind. So as soon as I saw it half, I went, I know we aren't going anywhere. All right. So, folks, hope you all have a great day. We will see you come Friday. We're going to try. I'm hoping we get plenty of sleep, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, sleep at work. That's about as, yeah. So we're going to wrap it up here, folks. Thank you, and we'll see you Friday. Slovenia to Munich, Munich to Stockholm. For now, God bless you all. Have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you then. Alright folks, what I'm going to do, since we weren't able to rewind the landing, we'll get it over to megabit bitic and let you all enjoy the stream on Microsoft Flight Sim. So give me a second here while it queues up. And we'll hand it off to him. You all have a great day.